Hello farmers and welcome back to Riverbend Springs on Farming Simulator 25. A good Monday to Branding Iron, David, Terry, Mr. Whitfield, Jason, Unfamiliar Beetle, hello Skender, Nugget, Wicked Farmer, and I think that covers everyone up to date currently that I've seen in chat. Hopefully everyone had a good Sunday and a good weekend. But it's back to Monday, and for us that means back to farming. We are starting over here at the greenhouse, and my pallets are still stuck in the ground, but as I learned at the end of the last stream, there is a little bit of a trick to this. If you have super strength, just grab the pallet. I think I got that one grabbed, and what we're going to do is I can sell this stuff down at the restaurant. If I teleport down to the restaurant, we'll visit, and we back up. We see something sold because the pallet was still underground. It sold. So we're going to get rid of these pallets here before they cause any more problems. Okay, we'll enter the vehicle here. And now what we'll do is... wait, I got to get rid of my hand. There we go. Grab that pallet, which is stuck into the ground. Go back down to the restaurant. We'll visit. Back up a little bit, and we got our money for that pallet. So I think all the pallets that were stuck in the ground at the greenhouse have been taken care of. Let's just go over here and see now. They should be all gone. There we go. All gone. So the only thing we got spawning right now is the cabbage. Or it's not cabbage. What's it called? Oh yeah, Napa cabbage. That's the only thing we got spawning. Everything else is either on direct selling or turned off. Because we got the small production building, we got the large production building, and we're trying to keep those separate. Because I want to be able to sell the small production building at some point, but I got so much material in there. So this stuff that spawns here, I want to bring up to the large canning production. In between episodes, I did cut down some more trees. We'll visit our forest field, if you will, and we're down to 5 trees. That's all we got is 5 trees left. But the sawmill is doing good. As we can see here, I did clear out the stuff all in here. So this is free and clear, ready to be stored up. I got a lot of planks that we could sell. We got some long planks. We got one set of wood beams, and we got a lot of wood chips. For the wood chips, I've been actually thinking about putting down one of Omatana's silos down here. Because with Omatana's silo, what I could do is, if it's here, I can just pick, when I bring these wood chips out, I can put them over the grate of the silo, and the silo should take them. And that way you don't have to sit there and bring a trailer down, as we've done many times over, and just refill one pallet at a time. As I take them out of the sawmill, if I just put them into the silo, then I can come down here with a trailer anytime and just take out a whole bunch of wood chips at a time. But that'll be in the future. Hello, Barley, and hello, John. Welcome back. Good Monday to you. Oh yeah, the sawmill does have over 100,000 liters of wood into it to be processed, so that's good for about a couple more months. The one thing I forgot, though, I wanted to start today's stream by finishing off the spinach harvest, but I logged in and I just came right down to the sawmill and started clearing the sawmill. I kind of forgot that when you log back into the game, your worker continues where they left off. So up here at our spinach harvest, we will see, we'll enter the vehicle. The worker has pretty much finished. We still got one strip to go, so we're going to go ahead and take care of that. We do have 1.3 hours on the harvester, so yeah, about an hour and a half, we'll just say, it took to harvest this field. And then we got to go over some numbers. So I'm kind of guesstimating that it probably, I don't know, I think it was $32,000 to lease this. And then I went over the hours, so that's $13,000, so that's like $45,000. And then I got worker fees, so we're just going to say like $48,000 to harvest this field. So now the question is, am I going to make $50,000 on the bagged spinach? I'm thinking we're not going to make $50,000 on bagged spinach. So at best, I'll be happy when I sell this spinach that we break even. That's basically where we're at. And I think we actually might be taking a loss on this spinach harvest because we don't own the spinach harvest or releasing it. Hello, Robert. Happy Monday to you. So yeah, it was like a 32,000 to lease it. I think it was 13,000 for the additional hours, so that's 45. And I don't know how much the worker fee was, but we'll just say like $3,000. So yeah, we need to make like 50,000 on the spinach, and I don't think that's going to happen at all. All right, so we can just go dump this into the canning factory. Yeah, we'll just cut across this farmer's field. It's all good. I say it's all good, but we're going to do some quick math here in just a second. And it makes me wonder, if we do the math here and I'm actually taking a loss, is it worth it to harvest it again in a few months' time? Because I'll just lose money on it. Yeah, there's a crop in the ground. Let's go ahead and move the Vultra, which I was using, of course, to empty out the combine. Hello, Hunter. Welcome. Happy Monday to you as well. All right, let's dump this in. All right, so that is all the spinach that we have into the canning production. So let's go ahead and see what we got here. Canning production, spinach. So we'll just round this up to 110,000. 110,000 liters. What's the recipe for that? Okay, so it's almost 2 to 1. So we'll say I'm going to get like 55,000 liters of bagged spinach. So bagged spinach, already got it on there. Bagged spinach at the best goes for 780, 766. So we'll just say like 775. Oh man, I gotta do math. This is not gonna do good. So what did I say? About 110,000. So half of that is 55,000 liters. And then we'll just times that by $775 on the average price. So, yeah, it looks like this is not going to be a profitable harvest at all. We're going to be about even, basically. Looks like I'll get just shy of $43,000 if I sell it for $775. So, yeah, I'm basically breaking even with this harvest. Just barely breaking even. I mean, all right, that's not good news. Well, I mean, I guess breaking even is a lot better than taking a huge loss. All right. It says leasing costs $19,685. That's not. That can't be correct. $19,685. I'm going to return that. That was a lot more to lease that. I don't think that price is correct. I thought it was like 30 some odd thousand to lease that thing. Spinach harvester. If I hit lease. Yeah, I don't have enough money just to even lease it. And I got $30,000. So that price is kind of off. Ugh. All right. Well, I don't know. So there we are with the spinach harvest. The first one's done. Yeah, we're basically breaking even at best. Did you know there was a chainsaw holster on the tree winch? I discovered it this weekend. Yes, I remember doing on the pre-release Farming Simulator 25 videos, I did show off where some of like the logging trailers have a holster you can put the chainsaw into. So let's go back to the farm. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and worry about the spinach harvest. We basically are going to break even on that. So now the question is that harvester going to come up for sale sometime soon? That would be interesting. If it does, one, that'd be great. But two, I don't have the cash to be able to afford, even at half off, I don't have the cash to buy that that spinach harvester. But we'll see what happens. Breaking even, don't you feel good about yourself? Not breaking even. Definitely would like to see some money coming in. I mean, we're going to see money coming in. Basically now it's just get my money back on what we did. Alright, so now what I need to do is, we did mulch up our barley. But now I got to get it up off the ground. But what I need to do is we need to grab the wheat. And I need to bring that to the grain mill because we're going to be putting the barley in here. Now, someone did leave a comment on the stream where I had a hard time when I had the extension on the grain trailer getting underneath the spout. And what they said was you could have put the silo on a hill. But since the silo's already here, I guess what I could do, but it'd make it kind of interesting, I could take the terrain and put a dip in here. So if I had the extension on the trailer, I could fit it underneath the silo. So I could do that, but I think in the meantime we're just going to go ahead and keep on doing what we're doing here. It's nice to have the silo here, but the output of the silo is kind of slow. Hello, Terry. Yep, mods did just drop not too long ago, about a half hour ago or so. I would say maybe about 10 of them, with some updates to some other ones. Slowly filling up the grain trailer. Hello, Warren. How you doing? When did we buy the canning factory? I think that was last stream. On Saturday, we bought the canning factory. Alright, so when I activate to make flour, got to make sure that is on storing because I don't want that flour to go to the small production building that we have. Looks like the rice fields are flooded. Yes, the rice fields are flooded, so we're all good to go there. Hello, Mr. Anderson. Good Monday to you. And hello, Donald. How you doing? And we find it strange there's no produce in the vendors' baskets in the farmer's market. Well, Donald, the way that works is you got to deliver the products to the farmer's market. When you deliver products up there, vegetables, they will appear in the farmer's market. Actually, while this is emptying, I don't know because we're playing at such a... I brought mushrooms up there not long ago. I wonder if they still have them in the baskets or they sell them all. Or are they all empty? Nope, looks like they sold them all. So I did deliver some stuff up here, and when you deliver stuff up here, like vegetables and mushrooms and oysters, or oyster mushrooms, they will appear in these baskets, but then, of course, as the time progresses, they kind of sell out. Dude, I can see inside your brain. Well, inside your head. I don't see a brain in there, just like me. So, yeah, that's kind of interesting. So, yeah, you got to deliver enough stuff up there in the farmer's market to be shown. I don't think, if you're just delivering peas, I think if you delivered, like, canned peas, they would show. But if you're delivering just peas up to the farmer's market, since they're not canned, they're not going to show up, I think. Hello, Diamondback. Welcome. All right, so once we get the silo empty of the wheat, which I did not activate while I was at the store, but we will in just a second. So that's our barley to the right. The McDon swathed it all up. We just got to grab the harvester and pick it up. So the grain mill, let's go ahead and wheat flour. So flour's on storing, that's what we want to do, but we want to activate that. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out a way to, thinking about the spinach harvesting. If I could get that harvest done in under an hour and save myself the hourly fee, which I think was $13,000, if I can get that harvest done in under an hour, then I could make a profit on that spinach. Fix your blue screen problem, bought a cooling fan. Well, yeah, usually a blue screen is telling you there's a major problem somewhere. Was the cooling fan for your PC, or are you on console? Hello, Brian. I hope you're doing well today. And Farmer G, welcome. Hope your Monday's going well. Alright, so the wheat that we stored up for the chickens is now in the grain silo being made into flour. And now we'll store up as much barley as we can, and the rest will go to the grain mill. Our silo can hold 60,000 liters, which I don't need that much for the chickens, but we'll just have it. I mean, I suppose if I did harvest that field myself, I might be able to get that harvest done. I mean, I think it said 1.3 hours, so it wasn't really an hour and a half. It was like an hour and 18 minutes on a PS5. And yeah, you were overheating. All right, I have no idea where my combine is. Oh, I see my combine. So over here. And, yeah, my header's in the way. And now this header's in... everything's in the way. Hello, Rightish. Welcome. I don't think the bale trailer will hitch up to the combine, will it? No, will not. But I mean, I guess what you could do is, well, maybe not. I was going to try to push it back with the combine. Alright, so I need to move the bale trailer, which I can't do with the international truck anymore, which is kind of a shame. I will need the baling trailer. At some point, we got plenty of straw we're going to be making. All right, let's get to harvesting our barley. One thing I like about this road right here is there's never any traffic on it. Let's see, am I making straw or not? Or am I on chopped straw? Oh, we're on chopped straw. So PS5s apparently are known for overheating once in a while from what I'm seeing in chat. Interesting. I decided to buy this game because of your videos, and so I have been playing on easy mode. You really like it. Yeah, if you're kind of new to Farming Simulator, I would suggest probably playing on easy mode, just because you'll get the money coming in, you'll be able to try a lot of things. And as you get more and more experience, you're probably finding yourself moving the economy down a little bit more difficult. I hope you're enjoying your playtime on Farming Simulator 25. Suggest Spinach. Suggest sell field, hold for a contract for second harvest. Now I don't want to be doing field flipping, which is kind of what that would be. I've made my bed and now we'll lay in it, so we'll see. We'll see what happens. We got 3 months, and maybe in 3 months I would have enough money if that were to come up for sale. Oh, no. Wasn't paying attention. We are full already. Where is... There's my Voltra. Hello, Adam. A good Monday to you. I'm really engaged with the viewers and you appreciate that. Well, I appreciate you all being here. There's going to be certain times, though, I won't be able to keep up with the chat at all. But for the most time, I'm able to. Hello, Nugget. I think I saw you in here earlier. Boy, that barley grain just looks, that color of the barley just looks kind of pale. Kind of like the way I look like in the middle of winter. Pale. I did notice today on Discord, on the Giants Discord channel, seemed like about a third of the Giants employees are logged in today, so they may have actually started their little winter break. But as we saw, that doesn't mean you may not get mods, or we may not get updates. There is still people working there. But don't expect a whole bunch of mods to come out for the next few weeks. When you buy used stuff, what do you look for if you see something that you want to buy, and what would be something that would make it where you would not want to buy it? Well, I would, if you're looking at used stuff, for one, I'm not going to buy something used if I'm not going to use it often. Another thing I would look for like tractors and such, the more hours that are on a piece of equipment, the faster they break down. So I'm also going to look at the hour meter on the equipment of what we're buying. So I would try to stay away, from vehicles, most part, I try to stay away from, because that requires a lot of repairing. But the big items like harvesters, getting 50% off a harvester saves you a lot of money compared to like getting 50% off like on a trailer. Just because a trailer, say, costs like $50,000, half off, you're saving $25,000, which is still great. But when a harvester costs $500,000 and you're saving 50%, that's $250,000 that you're saving. So on used stuff, I pretty much am just looking for a great deal on something. But early on in your farm, when you're stretched on money, the used section can be very helpful to you. Hello, Sir Well. Hope you're having a good Monday. And hello, Glenn. Looks like we're going to fill up our silo pretty quick, I think. Maybe I should look at the sale page now, because we returned that spinach harvester. Maybe they've already put it on the for sale page, and they'll have to find a way to get the money to be able to buy it. I mean, the good news is the farm is making a lot of money. It just seems like this year, maybe it was a stretch trying to get the spinach harvesting up and going, but not knowing exactly what I was going to get for yield off the field. I mean, it's better than doing the spinach harvest and find out we're going to lose tens of thousands of dollars. Like I said, at most, it looks like we might break even. Alright, let's empty out the combine as most as we can. Oh yeah, the sale page. Any chance that came up? No, the only thing in there is a direct drill that's only a 4 meter wide. We already got a 6. Yep, new mods on the mod hub. About, I would say like 10 of them with some updated ones. On that spinach field, it was a 97% yield. So, I mean, basically I didn't roll it. Oh, wait a minute. I'm unloading. Not loading. Getting sick for the 3rd time since mid-November. Well, it sounds like maybe you should start taking a little bit more vitamin C for a better immune system. or something. Or is it one of those, I'm sick so I can stay home and play Farming Simulator 25 and all the other games that you play? When you sell the stuff that you harvest, do you sell it on the month that it would sell the most on, or you just sell it when you harvest it? I try to sell it on the best price month, but sometimes you just need the cash, so you definitely are going to try to get most of your profit out of it. But a good mod to have is that time-saving stock check mod. And I'll show you in a second if you're unaware what that mod is. I don't know if it's available on console or not, but it's a good mod to have because you can see what you would get for the product as you sold it at that moment. And I'll also show you how much you would get for that product if you sold it at the best time, so you can see how much money you're losing out on. So for example, on the time-saving check mod, which I call it my stock market, we'll just go to wool. So it shows you how much wool I have, which is almost 7,000 liters. If I sold the wool today, right now, I would get $7,167 for it. If I sold it at the best time in May, I would get $8,464. So about $1,300 less I would get if I sold it today than if I held out until next May or whatever. So then you can make the decision yourself on your farm is, how bad do you need the money, and is it worth selling that product now or just wait? So that's a good mod to have. It's not available on console. Yeah, I was starting to think that probably wouldn't, because that's more like a script mod. I'd like to be able to get right back up to the trailer, but I don't think I'm going to get that far. We're filling up really fast with this barley. Maybe I will. Oh, look at that. For once, it kind of worked in my favor. What am I going to invest into Bitcoin? I was trying to think, was there a mod for that in 22 for some reason? Well, that government subsidy mod, that's kind of like investing into a Bitcoin in some ways. I should have looked for the mod Follow Me on GitHub. See if it's available yet for 25, because it would be really nice to have our tractor and baler following us in the harvester and baling this as we go. So the one thing, because it's been a couple days, and I can't remember the status of our grass field. Let's visit the grass field. All right, so it's growing, so it'll be next month. So these are what, like 40% probably, almost 40%. All right, they're at 40%. While I'm here, what do we got for contracts? Well, baling in that field for 10,000, which is not bad. Mowing contract, that's what we're looking for. Yes, we will accept that contract. And we'll get a worker on that right away. Let's see, what else we got here? Yeah, nothing else. So we are over here. Let's grab the... Oh, the McDon's back at the farm. All right, let me turn that off for a moment. And where's... Hello, McDon. There you are. And when I get done with the contract, probably refuel and repair this as well. Did not know it was worth waiting till the month comes out that would to sell stuff. This is why I don't read chat and drive at the same time. Wait, where was I? Did not know it was worth waiting till the month comes out that you would sell stuff at the most price, or just sell whenever. I mean, yeah, if you can wait, it's better to wait. No, John, I did not see that ATS started the Christmas deliveries today. Of course it would be today, the day after I made the video on for yesterday. But you know what? It'll be fun. I got myself a brand new Kenny in ATS, so the first deliveries we'll be doing will be Christmas deliveries. Hello, Don. Don't think I've said hello to you yet today, but I've been noticing the last update made it better for picking up all the crops in the field. Yes. A lot better. Hopefully, in the next patch, I would say later on next month, they'll be even better. Looks like that grass field is ready. Is that contract up as well? That contract must be there. No, it's there. I mean, this grass field is definitely ready for a cut. Maybe Katie doesn't want us to cut her grass anymore. Yeah, I realize you don't want to follow me and crop rotation on the console. Actually, the crop rotation mod disappeared off the mod hub last year after it was on there for about a month. Yesterday you were not live. No, yesterday I was not home. And next Sunday I won't be home either, so no stream next Sunday. But there will be an ATS video that goes out on Sundays still. Hello, Dark Lord. Hope you're doing well on a Monday. Heavy Cargo came out on console. I did a stream on Heavy Cargo. It was like one of my first streams I did. I don't know about that game. I just can't. I thought I would get into it, but Heavy Cargo I just can't get into. Can't get into that game for some reason. Hello, Miles. Hope you had a good weekend and your Monday is starting off well. That's good to hear, Dark Lord. Always good to hear when people say, "Ah, you're good enough, can't complain." So I think when I sleep from June to July, whenever I get to that at some point today, I think one of our toys will sell, so that'll be 50,000. Yeah, I'm really going to have to maximize our bagged spinach to try to break even on that field. Have I ever thought about playing The Sims 4? I played that a long time ago when the game came out. It's alright. Been a long time since I've been in that game, so I don't see myself actually doing anything on the channel about it, though. You're at work today? I'm at work right now myself. Heavy Cargo is like one of the games you really wanted to have. I just it seemed interesting, but I just I realized I was playing on the early access version of the game. There were a couple of bugs and a couple of things trying to figure out. I mean, it's not a bad game, but just maybe for me, I don't think it's. I think the hard part is having ATS and gotten to know ATS so well. I shouldn't try to compare ATS and Heavy Cargo, but I just made a big polar field and it took so long, had to keep running when gone to work. Oh, made a big polar flied or field. All right, did autocorrect change that from a solar field and it came out as polar flied? No, I didn't want to get back in the harvester. I'm trying to get into the Voltra. Yeah, I have not been back into Heavy Cargo since I streamed it. Whenever that was, like back in October. Oh, the tree ones. Can't remember if this is the second or the second trip to the silos here, so I can do one more trailer here, then the rest will have to go to the grain mill. I do believe, Terry, that, I mean, I don't think, I may have done one, but I think ATS and ETS2 have wind turbines that you can drive as well. I think I may have done one, maybe. That might be a mod or something, I can't remember. Oh, no activity on GitHub for Follow Me as of yet. That's one of the mods I'd be definitely waiting for. So I do have all that stuff at the sawmill I could be selling today. Maybe we'll wait and have a big truckload sale in July. Although July is going to be rather busy with the wheat and the oats all being ready for harvest. I think this time I'll take the combine to the trailer. Be easier. Only problem is I don't own a PC. I only played it on your brother's PC. Well, at least you know you have access to it. Hello, Kitty. Good morning to you as well. Should be able to get another trailer's worth off this field and then the rest to the grain mill. Hey, Sam is around here. Sam is walking around checking on our small production building. Looks like I may have to do maybe an ATS stream sometime this week, and we'll get some of those Christmas deliveries done. Also thinking about doing a Planet Coaster 2 stream this week. So maybe Wednesday we'll take a break from Riverbend Springs, and maybe Wednesday I'll stream a little bit of Planet Coaster 2, and in the evening I can stream a little bit of ATS and get some of those Christmas deliveries done, at least get started on it. Well, that's the thing, Farmer G, when it comes to like ATS and ETS2. When they release an event at the same time, they pretty much release a new map. That section's always going to get done rather quick. Just because everyone's probably in that area and trying to get maybe like the Cruise in Greece event done at the same time as they're getting done the Christmas event. This field will need some lime before I replant in it for next season. Alright, this is going to fill up our silo. How much are Omatana silos? Because like I said, I may want to put one down at the Sawmill for the wood chips. And I did watch your video to understand what these extensions mean, so that was kind of interesting. Yeah, so it's going to be like 30,000. The capacity doesn't bother me too much. It's just for putting the wood chips in. So our chickens should have enough feed to last them quite a while in the silo. And really nothing else should be going in the silo anyways. Everything else should be going to a production building. Yep, we're taking the baling trailer with us apparently. Hello, Bose. Good Monday to you as well. What's better, the baler or the harvester for the poplar trees? I mean, I guess all depends on what approach you want to take. I mean, if you did a very large field, just double check on the baler for the poplars. I think the bales are only going to be like 2,000 liters per bale, so you're going to have a lot of bales to pick up. Or do you want to have the chipper and where it shoots it to the back of a trailer? So that's, I mean, it all depends on what approach you want to take. I'm going to be doing the forage harvester that goes on the front of the Valtra, and where the chute will push it into the back of a trailer. That's the approach I'm going to take on the poplar trees. Alright, so the rest of our barley is going to go over to the grain mill to make flour. Yep. A tiny mod drop today, about 6 to 10 mods with some updated ones as well. Didn't really see nothing of interest for me that I would want to use in today's stream, so... But what I always do is after the stream I'll have a look at the mod hub and see if it's something I might want to use in the future. I only play ATS. I don't have time to play ETS or sorry, ETS and ATS. I can only just do one or the other. So of course I would prefer ATS since I am from the States. I do have a lot of hours on ETS too, but that was all before ATS came out. I know I had a pretty big truck fleet on Euro Truck Simulator. I just don't have time to do both ATS and ETS. I barely sometimes find time to get the one episode recorded for ATS. Prefer ETS too, since you're from the States and want to see different countries. Yeah, it's one way to see the rest of the world. Almost done with the barley harvest here. Not going to quite make it to the end of the row. Almost, though. You have pigs and you got some little piglets running around your farm? Pretty soon, well, I don't want to say pretty soon. I do plan to have some pigs on this farm at some point. They're on the shopping list, but it's going to be a ways on down. And your birthday is Friday, so an early happy birthday to you. Well, as you can see, just about 4 swaths left. Don't think we'll get it all into the grain trailer, though. I think this is the only barley field we have. What did I must have planted oats in that field over here, right? No. I only planted oats here. I planted wheat over here. So I got wheat, and I got oats. All right. Those 3 fields should be ready in July. We'll drop this in the trailer. Yep, I'm gonna fill that up. Hello, the Drifter. Welcome. Hope you had a nice weekend. You'd like to get a hold of ATS? Well, probably the base game, I would assume, around the holidays. They probably would have a sale on it. And you can at least get the base game, which would give you like California, Nevada, and Arizona. See, I got like a crop in the garden over here. I wonder if this is barley. Must be, because I'm picking it up. Wonder how long that's been hiding in the grass there. What's a good pea harvester? Well, in the base game, there's only one, so I would say that one. Yeah, there's only one pea harvester, and that's it. That's the only one. I'm not sure if there's modded ones on the mod hub yet. I'm trying to think if there is or isn't. But if someone does know, I'm 80% sure that there isn't one yet. But that's the only pea harvester that I'm aware of. I'm going to keep checking the store to see if our spinach harvester that we leased comes up for sale. Whoop, because if it does, I got to find a way to purchase it. Now let's get all this barley into the grain mill. Alright, traffic, you were going around me. Don't know why you couldn't made it. You had plenty of time. And now you're going to pass me on the bridge. That makes sense. ATS is $16.89 on Steam. I would say definitely don't rush into it now, but more than likely there'll be like a holiday sale, a Christmas, New Year's sale or something like that. Steam always has those sales that we know of, and maybe you'll get it for a lot cheaper than that. And yeah, we got two greenhouses. We got one for doing the mushrooms, and we got the other one for all the veggies. Well, the contract is almost done in the grass field, and that money we're going to earn from that is probably going to go into refueling and repairing the McDon. Must have turned the combine off. And while that's filling up, grain mill, barley, activate. All right, so almost 3,000 liters. Every time I drive past the rice fields, I'm always checking to make sure they got water in them. There was a couple seasons ago where I forgot to water the rice field once, and I didn't really lose that much crop, which I was kind of surprised about. Okay, that's all the barley that we have dealt with. Yeah, also if I put Omatana's silo down at the sawmill, not just for the pallets of wood chips I take out the mill, but when I get to doing the poplar right there, we can just dump the grain, or sorry, I keep saying the grain, the wood chips in that silo, then move it later on. Hello, Jay, and welcome. Hope you're having a good Monday. All right, let's hop over to the McDon, which is in the grass field here. Still going strong. But we'll cancel that, of course, because the contract is complete. Refuel, repair. This is usually not that expensive. So the mower is 1,026. The McDon is, oh, that's okay, almost $7,000. So that contract we just did is paying for the repair and refuel completely. Well, it needs to be done at some point, right? And while that's filling up, we'll just have a look at some contracts. Any other ones pop up? No. I'm waiting for the one across the way of our grass field to show up, but currently not. So some harvesting contracts are coming up. Well, oddly enough, there's a spinach contract, but we are. If it was in a bigger field, I would definitely look into it. Because driving that far down with a harvester and getting the harvest done, and I'll probably end up with like maybe 5,000 liters of spinach afterwards at best, which is still not bad. Well, it looks like I'm going to leave the McDon here until the barge decides to get across. The baling contract wasn't bad. Yes, the baling what was it, for like $9,000? It isn't bad. The problem is I'm going to be doing a lot of baling on our own fields. So, yeah, I don't want to be doing a baling contract and then be doing ours at the same time because I'm going to have a lot of fields to do. Is the baler up here? Yes, it is. And the grass will be done next month. So I think I'll leave the straw on the field till next month because I got to cut the grass and then bale it next month. So I don't want to bring the baler down here to bring it back up to here, to bring it back down here to do all of our fields that'll be ready next month. Let me just see what's going on. We'll visit the playground. Yeah, that needs a whole lot of wood beams, which I don't have that many. And our toy, as we can see, is it's getting there. It's almost being ready to be sold. Let's speed up time. Let's see how the animals are doing. So the cows... Okay, I must have fed the cows last stream. Woolworth is doing good. Chickens are fine. And the sheep are fine as well. Stock market page. Any big numbers that jump out at me? Well, planks and long planks. Yeah, okay. Those prices are always good anyways. All right. Yeah, I think we're doing fine. What I'm going to try to do with the bagged spinach is once we get a good amount of it, I'm going to wait until the price is like really, really good and try to just get our money back on it. So, yep, this pirate ship is coming along. All right, let's get back to here. All of our productions are doing the production thing. Oh, the greenhouses, though, do they? I think they're going to have water. Mushrooms do. That one does. So I think I'm going to call it a month of June, honestly. This field's going to need some work. Just a little bit of lime, though. It's not a big deal. Just keep checking the store page to see if... oh, there goes our... We just sold that toy. We got $50,000 for that toy. Yeah, that's like every month and a half. That is so good. There is a logging trailer we were talking about earlier. On the logging trailer, probably won't be able to see it, but there'll be like a saddle or a holster where you can put the chainsaw into it. All right, put this back down to ×2. All right, let's go ahead and we're going to go to bed and go to the month of July. Yes, let's go. And Sam gets his food. We saw him around earlier, walking around down by the small production. I do got a little bit of cabbage, not a whole lot, but that's for the kimchi at the large production building. Sale page does not have anything that we are looking for. I would have fell out of my chair if that spinach harvester was there because that would have been great, but also I don't have the money for it. All right, first thing we'll do is I want to get into the McDon that's at the barge. We'll get this up to the grass field and we'll start cutting. Oh, I can't cut the grass. I need to go up there and pick up the silage bales off that field. I can't do that with the the international pickup truck anymore because they took that away from me in the last patch. So actually I should be looking. Yes. We'll cut the grass for Katie while I'm getting ready to get the bales off our grass field. Alright, so now I need... Well, the Vulture would be good. You know what, the John Deere... I think the John Deere is hitched up to the baler trailer, so we'll just actually go use that. Oh, I need a... I forgot to put fertilizer on the spinach field. Alright. Let's drop that off. And let's see here. I have to drop the weight off. Hope I don't do a wheelie when I drop this off. Or when I pick it up. Well, it'd be actually a reverse wheelie, right? I kind of did. Hang on a second. Alright, now we'll pick up the fertilizer spreader. Yeah, I should have spread fertilizer on the spinach field. And then I could have done it again today. And we would have been all set. Spinach is disgusting, but making you rich. For right now, spinach is just making me even Steven. Oh, yeah, new month as well. So much stuff to do. All right, flood the rice fields. And then visit this one. All right, rice fields are getting flooded. This tractor, not the ideal one for picking up silage bales. So maybe I should go up to the spinach fields first and spread fertilizer on that, trying to take some weight out of the spreader. The baling trailer shouldn't affect the crop at all because it's in the first growth stage. Should be good. Yeah, I wash my vehicles, not often, but we do wash them. So, looks like we got the weeds again as well. Yep, no crop destruction with the bale loader. Don't want to do this next time, though, because the crop will have grown too much. And we'll destroy the crop that way. But this field technically is in bad shape. It needs to be plowed now, but we got a crop in it. Had no fertilization into it, and it's got weeds. So the thing is with spinach, if I can harvest it year-round, I can really just probably keep the crop in it longer than I did the first cycle. And then maybe we'll get enough money to buy the spinach harvester by then. I just had to get the harvest done last month because if I want to get 2 harvests in per year, I pretty much had to get it harvested at that point. But then again, at the same time, I did not know what the yield was going to be in the field and how we were going to make out on it. I'm going to assume I didn't get the whole field when I spread it there. I'm going to have to go right down the middle. Okay, so yep, remove being plowed. Yep, right down the middle. So right here in this part of the field, the yield bonus is 23% currently before I came up here. So that's before I get the fertilizer into it. It needs to be plowed. It's got weeds. But just by getting the fertilizer down on it, the yield jumps up to 55%. See, roughly where am I? Yeah, pretty much right in the middle. Okay, we're good. So you're saying I need to wash my vehicles a little bit more than I have been, apparently. They're not clean enough. Alright, so now we got to remove the silage bales off the field. So when the worker gets done cutting Katie's grass, we can get a worker to cut ours. These are not fermented yet all the way, so we'll have to put them on the side. This will bring in about $15,000 from silage next month at some point. Don't know who's actually in the McDon over there. I know it's one of our workers. But I don't know if it's Frank Jr., Franco, Francine, Francesca. It's one of them. And we'll just stack them over here like we always do. They may still be standing next month. They may not be, but either way, when it comes time to loading them back up on this trailer, they're going to get knocked over no matter what. And in the future, I may put a bale shed over here. I think they're gonna these are gonna fall over. The Leaning Tower of Silage. Well, I'll be picking up next month anyways. No biggie. Talk about organized mishmash. This will end up good, I'm sure. It's getting the job done. Not the ideal setup, but it's working. Hello, Josh. I'm doing good for Monday. Hopefully you are as well. Could have been a little bit better news about our spinach harvest, but could be worse. Do you have cows for silage bales? We do got cows, but we're just feeding our cows hay, which is the same effectiveness as silage. But I'd rather make the money on the silage. Up the hill we go, eventually. And just to please Robert a little bit, because we do have a pressure washer here, and we're waiting for our worker to get done. I mean, it is kind of messy for a bale trailer, and we should try to keep it somewhat clean. Not that it really has any effect in game, but I like seeing a little bit of dirt on my equipment now and then, just because lets me know that, yep, we are using it. Yeah, as long as you're making a bunch of money with your stuff, that's great. But our spinach harvest, we're probably going to break out even after leasing that spinach harvester. But I guess it's almost like real farming. We're breaking even, and we're happy about it. So all right, let's put that there. I'm actually going to jump into here, save my money on a worker. On the phone now, at an appointment with your wife. Well, I hope you're not in there. I hope you're just out in the waiting room, because if you're sitting here watching me while she's in a doctor's appointment. That's one thing that's missing in ATS is truck washes. I can't remember what DLC it was that came out, and I saw the truck washes, and I tried to go through one, and it wouldn't let me. Maybe in the future we'll have truck washes on ATS. But it's one of those features that I'm not sure many are going to care about in ATS and ETS2, is having truck washes. And I should finish this before I get to the other end. Or even close to the other end. And now we're going to hire another worker for our grass field. And hopefully they don't say anything's in the way. They should be good to go. Oh, I was on active. Collect on that. Thank you very much. Alright, so let's go ahead and jump into while the grass is getting cut here. That's what I'm looking for. And we're going to head on down to the sawmill. Because as we know, we got a whole bunch of stuff there. But mainly want to bring up some wood beams to the playground. And maybe some planks up to the toy maker. Yeah, the trucks don't get dirty in the ATS, but if they do add that... I don't remember how long ago it was where I found that truck wash. It looked like it was big enough for trucks to go through. So, I mean, if they got the placeables on the map and they just got to add the interaction with them, that would be kind of cool. But if only like 5 or 10% of the community is looking for that, where the trucks get dirty, because a lot of people are, well, I guess it could be an option where you can turn on or off. But definitely would be kind of interesting. Alright, I just need to make a trip up to... Well, maybe make a trip. I'm going to teleport up here. Actually, you know what? I can just look at the... look at it this way. Playground maker. Yeah, so I can take about 20,000 liters of planks. And about 3,000 liters of long planks. So... I'm going to grab 3 of these. And these are for the toy maker, just to keep that full. And then, of course, we're going to grab all the wood beams that we can for the playground. So what we're really trying to do right now is we're saving up money for the spinach harvester, which if we got to buy it completely brand new, it's like $630 some odd $1,000. So we're 10% of the way there. Or if we get lucky and one comes up for sale, maybe we'll get it for like $350 or something. Which in that case, I'm 20% of the way there, so there's always a chance. Alright, we're just going to grab a whole bunch of these, I guess. Let me go strap that in. Yeah, I'll strap that in as well. Got to keep that toy maker going. $50,000 toy every month and a half, it seems like. Granted, I am taking about $15,000. It takes like $15,000 worth of material to make that toy, but still making a heck of a profit out of that $15,000 worth of planks and long planks to make a $50,000 toy. Did I drop anything off the backside yet? No, I haven't. Okay. That'd be 12 of those. Put a few more on here just because. Nope. Come on. No! Those weren't strapped in. Alright, well, let's go with this. I mean, that's going to be plenty enough for the toy maker anyways. I think truck washes would be cool, but outside of the initial testing, I don't think I'd ever use them. Yeah, that's the thing. You know, it might be a lot to put into the game for like the 5 or 10% of people that will use it all the time. I wonder if Metallica will ever be on the FS radio in a vehicle. Probably not. I mean, really, if you're just, if you're not streaming or making a video, I mean, you could just have Metallica playing in the background in your home while you're playing. So the only thing we're actually selling going up to the playground are the wood beams, the planks, and the long planks go to the toy maker. Keep talking about it, but it might be time to get rid of this bush that I keep driving through. Alright, so planks need to go over here. Planks long, go over here as well. Get myself in the right position. I could just spin around. Don't have to walk anywhere. This is more than super strength. This is, it's like I got a lasso on it and I'm just whipping them around a little bit. Great demand at the wagon builder. Well, not going to bring nothing up there because last time I did, we didn't get paid for anything. That's all good now. little bit of extra cash, which is always good. Alright, this bush, I think I can get rid of with the lumberjack mod. I think I can. Can I not? Well, I can't see. Oh, there we go. It's gone. There, I won't be driving through that bush anymore. Alright, we'll bring this back to the sawmill. In case I want to sell some other stuff today. I'm pretty sure I will during the stream, but I mean in this in-game month. Yeah, I could have painted over it, but chainsaw just does the correct job. It will be unbearable. Those will drive one nuts. Not really sure I know what you're talking about there, Skender, but... I'm not sure if you were talking about my stacking skills or what you're referring to. So we did notice when I drove past, the poplars are not ready for harvest yet. I think we planted them last July. But I think it's 13 or 14 months before they're ready for harvest. But not like it really matters because we're not going to be selling the wood chips until December anyways. And I knew I didn't take that corner well enough with this trailer. What, you wouldn't want to listen to Metallica while playing some Farm Sim? Alright, so what is our mower doing up here? Alright, they're getting along, but what I do need is the Voltra for the baler. Stretch Armstrong Super Strength. Yeah, something like that. Hello, Adam. It's going okay. The one thing is, we found out with the spinach harvest, after leasing the spinach harvester, I'm going to be lucky if I break even on the spinach harvesting. By the time I pay the worker and the leasing fee and then the extra hour, yeah, we're going to just almost break even on the spinach, bag spinach. But everything else is going well. But like I said, it could have been worse. I could have done that spinach harvest and found out I'm actually going to lose like 15, 20,000. So now I'm just trying to think of when the next time that spinach field is ready, how do I want to approach it? Because I do have like all through the winter to harvest that next batch of spinach. So we are going to make silage bales out of this grass again. I think the routine for this grass field for a little while still is the first 2 cuts will be for silage, and then the last 2 cuts will be for making hay. Looks like I'm out of the way of the worker, but you never know. All right, let's get to windrowing these rows up. And away we go. Might as well use the John Deere for this as well. It's over here. Breaking even is better than going in the hole, I guess. Yeah. But it just goes to show how big of a field you need. But then if I went like with a larger field, then more than likely it would take me over 2 hours to harvest, and then it would have been another $13,000 for the hourly fee, and also the worker probably be like an additional 2,000 or 3,000. So yeah, leasing that equipment, trying to get your profits on the field is very questionable. I did all that tight turning just to try to get around the road sign, and it wasn't worth it. Should have just knocked it over. Yeah, the spinach should be ready in September. But since it really doesn't, I don't think spinach withers, I can leave it there. If we don't have the spinach harvester, and maybe we're getting close to being able to afford it, we'll just leave it there until at least next spring. And maybe we'll have enough to buy it. Looks kind of silly with the narrow tires on the John Deere using the windrower, but here I am. Thanks, Franco, but I'm going to finish this off myself. So I got to move the McDon anyways. And while I'm in the McDon, I'll double check on mowing contracts if there are any that are worthwhile. 2819. If it included field number 11, I would take it and do both while I'm there. But since field number 11 is not up yet, I'll just go put this away. Okay, let's get this field cleaned up. If you had your own equipment, you'd only need to get 50% because you have a second one. Or, yeah, a second harvest. Well, you always want to get as much as you possibly can. I see what you're saying, branding iron, but I'm not sure I can get that harvest done in under an hour either. And plus I had a lot of other work I needed to get done last month. It was one of those things when I was harvesting that spinach field, didn't know how much we were going to get. So I mean, let's just say I got 200,000 liters off that field, and I made a huge profit off it, then we wouldn't be sitting here saying, don't get a worker, should have done this, should have done that, we could have made a profit. Now we kind of know, and the yield on the field is going to be worse this second time around because the field needs to be plowed. So that's gonna bring the yield down quite a bit. I figured 97% yield on that spinach field and the size of it. I thought we were going to get enough spinach out the field to make a decent profit of like maybe 10 grand. Wonder how much silage additive I got left in that baler. I haven't been paying attention to that at all. Hope I haven't run out. Alright, that is looking good. I think we're all set. Did you have both stages of FERT on the first time? The field was at 97%. The only thing I didn't do is roll the field, which, yeah. I'm not one for rolling. Well, I still got actually plenty of silage additive in this baler. But we're doing fine. Yeah, like I said, as long as we break somewhat even on the spinach, it's okay. And we'll just see what happens throughout the rest of this year. We got money coming in, so... I mean, with the wood chips alone in the winter, I think that would give us enough money by then to afford the spinach harvester. Which is a big expense in itself, but at least moving forward, it'll be ours. We won't have to worry about the leasing fee. And we will make a lot of money on bagged spinach. Is that the only thing I can do with spinach, is do bagged spinach? I didn't really see any other things for spinach in productions currently. That's kind of what we're maybe shooting for, Diamondback, is maybe it'll come up for sale. Well, that's fine, Burning Iron. I know what you were getting at. I was just trying to think of it logically too, like how, you know, what can I actually, if I did the harvest, could I have done that under an hour? And I don't think I could have saved the 20 minutes that went over myself either. I mean, I might be able to do it. I should be able to do it faster, but I don't think I'm going to save myself 20 minutes. Does the silage additive actually work? It did in 22 after they fixed it. So, I don't know if anyone's done a test with it in 25 yet or not. But when picking up grass, it should add 5%. I think it was 5%. Does it actually say... Whoop, that's the wrong button. Is it still 5%? I don't even know where that's even going to be. Improving yield, mulching, general. Is that just going to be under improving yield? Chaff and silage. Grass. Wait a minute. By collecting grass in your harvest, when you're cutting... grass can be collected with a forage wagon or made into grass bales using a baler. Alright, so right here. When using silage additive in your forage wagon while collecting grass or in your harvester, when cutting, the yield is increased by 5%. So, I mean, that's what it says. But that's what it said when 22 came out, but it didn't work right away in 22, and then they had to fix it. So hopefully it's still working in 25. The additive does work. There are videos on it. Alright, so people have done some testing. I'll take the extra 5%. It's one thing you gotta do with games. Even though the help menu in Farming Simulator says it'll do something, until you actually test it to make sure that it does, you never know. Yeah, I can see, I do have the mod where forage wagons and balers have a little bit wider pickup. And yeah, it's not extremely wide, it's not over exaggerated, it's enough to where you don't have to be too precise of driving on down the center of a swath. A lot of a loading time, the pea harvester has too low of a capacity. It's been a while since I did that pea harvesting contract. That was like in the first week I did it. And, well, the first off, the contract was bugged. Also, the only thing I don't like about the pea harvester is the belt for unloading. It's kind of a small belt. So it's kind of hard to get your trailer that close to the harvester and try to unload on the go. And yep, we'll spit out this bale as well, because the next thing I'm going to be doing is straw. I just keep doing circles for some reason. Okay, so now we need the wrapper. Alright, so we got about 20 some odd bales to wrap here. We'll make some white marshmallows. Keep thinking, I probably say this every time I start wrapping. It's like, oh man, I should really look into getting. I don't know if I saved my XML file for the wrapper, where it increases the wrapping speed. I think I just multiplied the numbers by 3, and it wrapped it. I think I used it on. I think I used it on Hinterland, which would have been about a year ago. This particular same wrapper, but the wrapping speed was like 3 times as fast. It's either 3 times or 5 times as fast, I forgot. Now I'm really anxious to keep checking that sale page now to see if that harvester is going to pop up. But as I said, we're quite shy and be able to afford it. Oh, yep, we need some, okay, we need some wrap. So let's wrap on the wrapping just for a moment. We got some at the store. I guess we'll take the barge the ferry over. I mean, the ferry should be... I think the ferry's on this side. But lately I've been running into the barges at the same time as they come across, but I don't see one right now. I feel like I have a reason to play War Thunder. They're adding Eurofighter Typhoon. I was a pretty heavy World of Tanks, World of Warship player until about 2016, 2017. And unfortunately, wargaming really ruined, in my opinion, especially World of Warships. They've ruined that more times than not. World of Tanks, I haven't played in a long time either. I had way too many games of World of Tanks. Knock my wraps around. Well, not going to take them all, but took enough. Thought about fueling up, but I'll fuel up a different time. Still got plenty, and I'll be going past the fuel stations enough. I gotta bring the oats and wheat on down to the grain mill anyways at some point in this month. Trying to see if I can see underneath the barge. It's almost like when the ferry is going across, they got invisible straps that go over everything so the equipment doesn't move. Could you imagine on the ferry, though, especially on multiplayer, if the vehicles and everything were not quote-unquote strapped down? Because you can just see on multiplayer where people will just get in their tractor and push like their friends off. If they're not paying attention, push them off the ferry frontwards or backwards. Just ram them off the ferry. I mean, what are friends for anyways, right? We'll get these wrapped up. Probably spread the fertilizer on this grass field while we're here with the John Deere and the fertilizer spreader while I'm thinking about it. Alright, so about 10 more bales to go. Going to finish off the German tech tree, then the U.S. Tech tree because of the U.S. fighter jets they're adding. I did play a little bit of War Thunder for a little while. Way back when it first came out as well. It definitely takes a lot more coordination with your team, I think, than World of Tanks did. I'm starting to feel like on our farm, after about a month playing now, since we're starting to get a lot of production buildings and also we're starting to get a lot of bales, and maybe not so much on the bales, but definitely the productions, it's almost time for the autoloaders where it's like, yeah, I could probably use one. Whoa, that... that bill got shoved out of the wrapper on that one. You play it solo so you don't know? Yeah, I was in World of Tanks. I was in a pretty decent clan. I was in... if anyone played World of Tanks back in the day, I was in S&S, which was Stars and Stripes. But as you know, you get 15 people in comms trying to do battles, and unless you're organized and you had a good group of people, it could get chaotic sometimes. Alright, one more bale, and that's a wrap. So we got these all wrapped up. The thing is now, because that bale that got shoved out on the back, I think it actually went all the way over to here. I don't want that getting mixed up with... Did it make it over here, or did it not? It may hit the baler. I don't want to get mixed up because it's not going to be ready, but I think it hit the baler here, so we're all set. Alright, we're going to angle this in here. Not that much of an angle. Alright, we'll leave... Actually, I'll hitch this up to the baler. That's got to come back to the farm because we got all that straw we got to bale up. Trying to finish up the fields that we got work on currently before I start harvesting other fields. Oh, I just realized I might want to use a Valtra if the John Deere can't handle the spreader because of the weight. You tune in, and one more, and that's a wrap. Do I need to turn this off? I'm surprised you even clicked on it to begin with. But Looks like the John Deere. Okay, we're at the perfect weight, I think, and we're just going to use more of it, so it should get lighter. So, got to go up and spray weeds in our spinach field as well. I can't remember if I put narrow tires on that weed sprayer. I would think I did. All we need is one more pass, and we can get done with the grass field. So I am cutting the grass every 2 months. Of course, the first month it's growing, and then I'm cutting it actually in the first harvest stage, because as we found out a while ago, I don't lose that much by cutting in the first harvest stage and waiting for the second one. And I'll get an extra cut in per year. So I'm actually getting way more bales than I thought I would by cutting it in the first harvest stage. How do you sell wood chip pallets on Riverbend Springs? Well, you can sell the pallets. If you just want to sell the pallets that you get from the Sawmill, I do believe things like the grain bars terminal takes the pallets. But what you can do is bring a grain trailer to the wood chip pallets. And then when you pull the trailer up next to the wood chip pallets, if you're on PC, if you hit R, the wood chip pallets will one by one fill into the trailer, and then you'll have all the wood chips in a trailer. Then you can deliver them to other places as well. But I mean, if you just want to sell the pallets, I believe the barge is where I brought the first set, and then I've been selling them elsewhere. Or another thing you could do is, I think it would work, but if you load up the pallets on a trailer and bring them up to the train silo in the center of the map, I believe the train silo will take the wood chip pallets, and then you can drive your grain trailer around and unload on the other side and deliver them somewhere else if you're not delivering them to Goldcrest Valley. That happened just last night. Wife wrapped the bale, same wrapper, and it was behind her, and the autoloader shot straight into the autoloader. Yeah, it's nice when it inserts itself, doesn't it? I mean, works out rather well. Alright, so now we got to make straw. It's unfolding. Let's go. There we go. And yeah, I think we're just going to sell the straw straight up. Still don't need it. At some point when the manure pits get fixed, we'll probably start giving our cows some straw to get solid manure. I actually plan on, for our wood chips at some point at the sawmill, I think I'm going to put down one of Omatana's silos for $30,000. And that way when I take the pallets out of the sawmill and just put them to the side, I can just drag them over and put them into her silo. And when I want to go sell them, then I can just fill up the trailer. Because honestly, if you ever start filling up your wood chips into a trailer, it does take forever filling up one pallet at a time into a trailer and sitting there pressing R over and over and over again. The silo will take the chips a lot faster than I'm sure her silos will fill up the trailer a lot quicker. What's wrong with the manure pits that connect to animal pens? They're doing a lot of weird things. So, what I've heard on the Giants Discord when talking to Giants themselves is you can put down the manure pit. It looks like it's working fine. You save the game and you come back in. And these are the things that can happen. Either the manure that you collected before is completely gone. 2, it will start collecting manure, but then at some point it'll stop collecting manure and not do any more. 3, it'll collect manure and you can't get the manure out of the pit. So it's like a whole bunch of issues at once. So now they're also saying that some people, they're not having issues at all with the manure pit. So I think that's why it's taken Giants a while to figure out maybe what's going on with the manure pits and why they're not working. But I mean, Giants has tested it themselves and they go, yeah, they're not working as intended. So just be aware if you want a manure pit. And we're talking about the extensions, by the way, that need to be within a certain range of an animal pen. If you're just putting down a manure pit and you're hauling manure from one spot to another, I think those are okay. It's the extensions that go up to an animal pen. So you may, like I said, you may put it down like, oh, mine's collecting manure, no problem. At some point, it may stop collecting it, or you may not get it out, or it's just going to disappear. So just be aware of it. That's why I haven't bothered with the manure pit yet. This field actually is a really decent sized field. Might be our biggest field currently. I don't know what the max distance is away that you can be, but the game will tell you. So the thing is, I mean, you can go a pretty decent distance away, so since we're kind of right here at our cow barn. So it's under silo extensions. So you can see right here, the game will tell you a manure heap needs to be placed next to a barn. So the cow barn is right here. And now, well, it says land not owned by me, but I can actually put it, you can see I can actually put it across the road. But that is pretty much my distance right there. So I don't know how far it is. I mean, it's not like it needs to be right next to it. But it's not like you can go like right across from the map from it as well. And the other thing that kind of sucks about it is because it has a pickup point on it, it only rotates in 90-degree increments. So if I wanted to put it over here and try to get it even with the barn and look good, you can't really do it. So that kind of sucks. But yeah, you can see the distance right there. So it's a decent distance, honestly. What are your thoughts on buying manure from the animal dealer to fertilize? Which better? I'd rather use the traditional fertilizer. I've never bought manure or slurry to spread on the fields. I mean, usually I end up just using the artificial fertilizer for a couple reasons. One, the working width is a lot better. Can a pit be shared between barns? I can't remember if I've ever done that in 22. I think so. Oh wait, I think I did it, but that was a mod I was using. I did it on Oceanside Forest, and it may sound weird, but I was using a mod for the chickens and ducks, where the chickens and ducks produce manure, and I think it was collecting from all 4 or 6 pens that I had. I don't know if it works in 22 or not, so I don't know. Yeah, so North, all I can say about the extensions, once they really do start working, I mean, the game will tell you if you're in range or out of range. Now, the one thing you gotta be careful of, make sure you're using, just make sure you're using the silo extension. Do not get the silo, because what a lot of people do, and they're not sure of, is they'll go into silos and they'll buy this pit here. This does not connect to the animal pens. So don't be in silos and look at the manure heap. If I put this down, it's not going to collect manure from the cow barn. You got to go to silo extensions. And then it'll tell you got to be next to a barn for it to work. So if there's other people watching, just be sure, if you never played Farming Simulator before, and you want the manure to go from the cow barn or whatever animal pen that you have that creates manure, you got to get the silo extension, and that's got to connect to or be in range of the pen itself. I do like this mod for the balers and forage wagons for a wider pickup, because it's, as I saw in the grass field just recently when I went across, it's just a little bit wider, and it seems like I'm picking up all of the straw without leaving any behind, which is nice. And let's be fair, I mean, as for that manure extension, I've made the mistake myself. I think everyone makes that mistake. Like, why isn't that working? So this field here does need lime. So when I start planting in September, we gotta put the lime down first. I suppose I could probably spread some slurry on this field and do some lime too. Yeah, kind of agree with it. The game doesn't have a lot of explanation of how things work. Even though there's a help menu, sometimes it doesn't go into great detail, and sometimes you read the help menu, it's like, so what does that actually mean? I mean, they've added some of the explanations to some things in 25 compared to 22. It's nice that, like production buildings now, before you buy them, you can kind of see some of the things that production buildings need and the recipes, so you can kind of figure out if you want to go ahead and do that kind of production. This is why I didn't want to do that baling contract that was there for like 9,000, even though it would have made us a lot of cash. We're doing a lot of baling, as you can see. The Academy covers more than the help menu. I would hope so, but since I'm kind of stubborn in that kind of way, I just look at the Academy and like, I know the game well enough. How much of the Academy am I going to have to watch to kind of understand how something works? Learned a lot from just watching you or Farmer Cop tutorial videos, because the in-game help stuff is so limited or vague. Yep. Well, I'm glad you're learning things while you're here. Like I said, if you guys got any questions, feel free to ask. If I don't have the answer, someone else may have the answer. But Farmer Cop does have some good videos, and you can find his. If you don't know who Farmer Cop is, you can find his YouTube page on my page, because he does explain things pretty well. Yeah, the NPCs in 25 are maybe a start to where you can probably learn in-game while talking to them and learn some stuff. Waiting for the mod that comes into where the grass can be turned into silage. You just can't bother with baling anymore. It's like that in every farm. You start doing something, it's like, yeah, I like getting back into this. But once you start to get a lot of it, it can be tedious sometimes. And it's like, yeah, I'm done wanting to do this. Just like me with a telehandler. When we first started here, I used a telehandler everywhere to load up pallets and such. Then after about a week, it's like, all right, we're starting to get way too many pallets. Where's my super strength? And now I'm almost to the point of, it's like, I need an autoloader here soon. We're just getting way too many pallets. Alright, so that's one field of bales, and we got a lot of bales. Alright, so maybe what I'll do is we'll grab the John Deere, which is up at our grass field. We got to bring the baling trailer back. I need the John Deere anyways back there to get the herbicide sprayer to take care of the weeds in the spinach field. Alright, so these marshmallows can stay in the field. I don't want to mix them up with the ones that are 2 months ahead. Yep, used to use the bale trailer with our international pickup truck, but after the last patch, now that won't hitch up to the truck anymore. I don't think I can find anything that hitches up to that international pickup truck at this time. Dude, you were already out in the road. Time for the bale autoloader? Nah, I don't got that many bales. I mean, we do got a good amount of bales, but I don't feel like we got enough to quite justify the autoloader yet. Besides, spending money is kind of on hold until I get that spinach harvester. That's what we're buying next. Because if I don't get the spinach harvester, it's like, okay, well, just don't do the spinach harvesting. Well, it's like, that's what we kind of got the canning factory for, was for the spinach, peas, and green beans throughout. So, I want to make sure I'm utilizing that production building. Drop this off here. Alright, just plop this down like so. Okay, had to move the AgroStar. Did not know my other tractors were all up here. I mean, technically I could use the AgroStar because the crop's in the first growth stage. Oh, wait a minute. Got told I don't clean my vehicles enough, I guess, so we'll give the AgroStar a good rinse. Would be nice if they could make the AI drivers stop like they do in ATS. They do sometimes. I mean, the traffic is better than it was in 22, but of course, just saying it's better doesn't mean that it's great. It does need to be worked on. Oh, I got plenty of herbicide. Trade that one in, should be plenty. Well, one, I currently don't have the auto-loading bale trailers loaded. I haven't downloaded them, so. Actually, spinach field, let's go this way. Yeah, so money-wise, spinach harvester is next, and then after that, well, probably a silo down at the Sawmill for the wood chips. But that silo is only going to cost like 30 grand. But then after that, I got to work on that loan again. Because we still owe, we'll just say 4 million. We're tied under 4 million, but yeah, we owe 4 million still. At least get the loan down to like 3.5, and then we'll look at maybe adding more land to the farm again. But yeah, but once we get the spinach harvester, we own that. Then I can actually plant more spinach, and then we can go nuts on the spinach. Because once we own the harvester, we don't have to worry about an hourly rate and leasing it and we can just go ahead and harvest. But we will have a auto-loading baling trailer at some point. Alright, field's doing a lot better than it was this morning. We got the first stage of fertilization on this field, and now we're killing the weeds. The plowing, of course, can't do anything about that until next season. That's right, I was going to look up to see why the spinach would need plowing, because usually it's the root crop that you got to plow. And since we're not really digging up the roots on spinach, I'm trying to figure out why we need to plow the field. Unless they're just basing on because it's a vegetable product, which the red beet, parsnips, and carrots need to be plowed after harvesting. Unless they're just classifying vegetables as root crops in general. That's the only thing I can think of why the field needs to be plowed afterwards. Don't hit the tree. Ah, nuts. Yep, don't hit the shed. Alright, may have to fold this. Oh, am I clipped into the barn? That's not good. There we go. Just fold it up for a second. Now we're kind of around the tree. Yeah, so if I remember looking at the calendar for spinach, I don't think spinach can go bad when it's in a field. I don't think it can wither. I might be wrong on that. So even though this field might be ready in September, we might just let it go as long as we can until we can afford the spinach harvester and not lease it again. I mean, yeah, I can lease the spinach harvester and try to harvest it myself and get it done with under the hour. Which might be a stretch. Let's narrow the working width of this. Yeah, that'll be good enough. That way I know I've got it wide enough to get it all. If you don't know what to do right now, are you trying to figure out what game you want to play, Terry? Because that's always a good problem to have when you have your options. Alright, put that back on the widest working width so I don't forget about it. Alright, so I'll fertilize it again, of course, but I have to wait until the crop grows again. And that should get us up to like 77%, I think. Change the clock to 0.5. It's usually what I do when leasing stuff like that. Adam, it's not based on the clock in game. It's based in real time. So that has no effect on it. So I mean, you could lease something and put the clock speed at 360 times, and you could zip through. Well, if you zip through a day, the problem is you'll have a additional leasing fee. But let's just forget about that for a second. If you have the clock speed at 360 times the speed and go like 5 months, it's only going to do it in real time. So if you only get like 5 minutes of usage out of it, that's all that matters. It's done by real time, not in-game clock time. That's something else that Giants really does not explain too well in leasing. I learned that back in FS15 myself. I tried to get away with like I think I was trying to learn on hiring workers back in FS15 because I saw like, oh, hourly fee for hiring a worker. I'm like, okay, well if I run it at a slower speed, it won't charge me as much. It's like, no, that's not. Workers are the same way, in a sense. Just like, you probably have seen it, like if you had a worker go on and he had, at the time scale at time 60, you'll say you still are paying by the hour, but you'll see it's like, oh, I only paid the worker $50 that hour. Then if you had it at real time, your worker charge for the hour is like 1,200 or whatever. Forgot what the base price is for a worker per hour. I mean, it's a good thought that you had, but I think a lot of us have done that. If you didn't know, it's like, well, I'll just turn the time scale down. Yeah, it's done by real time. So I think what we're going to do just for a moment is we're actually going to jump back down to the Sawmill. And I think we're going to go ahead and grab some of that stuff and sell it. So I got prefab walls down there. Got some long planks that can be sold. And of course we got a lot of planks that can be sold. We'll get some cash into the bank account. And get this ready for spreading fertilizer in the spinach field next month. I think I left my truck at the sawmill. We did. Well, Adam, a lot of us have done that when leasing stuff, and if you don't know, it's like, yep, I'm saving myself a whole bunch of cash by doing this. It's a good theory. But Giants was like, no, we're ahead of you on that one. That's not going to work out the way you would hope. Can I strap that in up here? I can. Good. Before I load these up, let me see where all this stuff is going. So, prefab walls is, I'm hoping it's going into the warehouse. It is. Planks long. Let's see, 1934, 86 at the Cooper. Yeah, so that's going to the Cooper. And the planks are also going to the Cooper. That works out well enough for me. Let's load up everything. Yeah, I did. Like I said, I tried the time scale stuff with hiring workers back in 15. That's like, I started to learn, like, I don't think I'm saving any money here. It's kind of the same like with ATS, American Truck Sim and Euro Truck Sim, on deliveries. If you just take a regular delivery, it's based by in-game time, but if you do a external contract, the delivery time is done by real time. No, no, no. Stop. Stop it. Using exploits is like cheating. Yes and no. It all depends on what the game developers are intending it to be used. And again, cheating is kind of a wide definition when it comes to single player. Because the only person that can say that is cheating is a person playing the single player game. So unless you're in competition with someone, then yeah, it's hard to say if you're cheating or not. So like right now, I'm not competing against anyone saying who can do this faster or whatever. So using super strength, is that cheating? It all depends on how I want to look at it. Like in a little while, when I do run out of trees, and I buy the northern catalpa trees for 2,000, and I just cut them down and immediately put them into the sawmill. To me, I feel like I'm cheating a little bit doing that. No, I don't want wood beams. I never cheat in game, I just modify my reality. There you go. So it's kind of the thing, if anyone does play ATS or Euro Truck Simulator, back in the day, I say back in the day, I'm going back to like the early, like 2015-16, when they started running events, like the Christmas event that's going on, you know, you had to deliver so many things in such a time, so on and so forth. And back then, you could use the developer commands to fast travel, if you will. And now you know when you take external contracts, even with external contracts, you don't have the access to the dev command to just travel to a city without actually having to travel to a city. So of course they were seeing it as, we're giving you a reward for free, but they were trying to make you work for it by doing so many deliveries in a certain amount of time. And fast traveling, of course, was frowned upon for them. So that's why you can't use a dev command in Truck Sim when doing external contracts. And also while they also restricted the speed limit to 65, so that way you can't use a modded truck that can do 110 miles an hour or whatever. That's why external contracts have restrictions on them of the speed limit and not being able to use a dev command. But when you're not doing external contracts, and of course you are playing single player, you can use a dev command or whatever to fast travel with your trailer and so on and so forth. Yeah, loading up all of our goods here. This should be a pretty good payday. We got enough planks up at the toy maker. Yeah, I think the rest are just wood chips and the wood beams stay here. All right. Hello, Gaming Wizard. How you doing? So to the Cooper will take all the planks and long planks. And then the prefab walls will go to the warehouse with. Everyone can play the game the way they like to. If you're playing single player, yes, I feel like you can do whatever you want as long, you're playing the game to have fun. I don't care what game you're playing. In single player, if you want to give yourself unlimited amount of strength, whatever. It's kind of like Ark Survival Evolved, but I used to play that in single player. If you want to give yourself a whole bunch of food or unlimited darts or whatever it is. If you're playing single player, who cares? But if you're playing on a multiplayer server and you're competing against other people and you're using something like that, no one else knows about it or has access to it, then yeah, then that's kind of like on the cheating side of things. Alright, so there's $60,000. I'm not going to make that corner with this. And now we'll get $15,000 roughly for these prefab walls. But yeah, I just use super strength to load all this stuff up. I don't mind using a telehandler. And as I said before, if I wasn't live streaming or making a video and had to get videos out at a certain time or whatever, and I was just doing it for my own fun, I would probably use a telehandler. I know it may sound crazy. And it's like, well, you use super strength all the time and autoloaders all the time. Well, as a content creator, you got to make it to where we're constantly progressing a little bit and entertaining. So if I sat there right now with a telehandler, I'd be there for about another 2 hours probably loading this stuff up. And I'd be knocking things off or whatever. It might be entertaining to some to watch me struggle to load them up. Oh, that kind of clipped right into the prefab walls. But yeah, we got $15,000 for that. So we're up to $156,000, which is great to see. And I'm just bringing this here because of flour. And we'll look at the flour that we got already. Eventually, the flour will be on distribute. I just can't do that because of our small production building would take the flour as well, and I would like to get rid of that at some point. That does remind me, the chickens. Yes, we do got some eggs. And the dairy production, how am I doing on this? We're getting a lot of dairy, which is going to be great when October gets here. For streams, super strength is a must. Yes, you kind of have to keep people somewhat entertained. You can't be doing one job for too long. That's why I try to switch from one job to another as often as I can. Alright, so that's doing good. How much milk is here? Alright, got some there. That's not too bad. Alright, so now we gotta pick up these bales off this field. We'll start selling those. Medieval's Dynasty is a hard game to play without adjusting the settings it starts with. I haven't played that game in a long time. Of course, I played that game when it came out on early access. But I know they've added stuff to that game throughout the years. You're on console, so it's 50-50 for you when it comes to super strength. And like I said, if you're just playing single player, not on a multiplayer server, yeah, you just do what you enjoy doing. Your stream quality is great. You must live next to YouTube servers. No, I actually got some pretty darn good internet for where I live, surprisingly. I don't know how I got the internet I do up my road, but I'm not going to complain. So for those that may not know, where I live on a dirt road, a dead-end dirt road, and there's only like 5 houses up where I am. And when you leave our 5 houses, you got to travel about a mile, mile and a half before you get to other houses. And for some reason, they ran fiber internet up my road, so yeah, my internet's like a 2 gig up and down. That's why I'm able to stream now. Up to about 2 months ago, I couldn't stream. Didn't have the capability of streaming, but with this internet, not a problem. One guy ran up his blood pressure loading the train with a telehandler instead of using super strength. The train must be kind of difficult, especially if you got to go over the railroad tracks. Hello, farmer. How you doing? Happy, I almost said Wednesday. Jeez, it's only Monday. Happy Monday to you. Yeah, before I got the internet I had now, I had Starlink. And I had that for a couple years. That's when I started uploading videos in 4K, because Starlink was good enough to where it would still take about maybe 7 hours to load up a 4K video. But of course, now getting fiber with 2 gig up and down, it's pretty good. You watched Daggerwin play the Renovator demo, the farm. Oh, I'm full of bales here. The farm demo. That's what when they contacted me to do a video and do a demo. I looked at it and I was like, I don't really see. It looks like other it looks like other renovation games. Honestly, just that you're just doing it with a farm. I was like, well, I'll look at it later on when I got something, you know, if I don't have enough on my plate, maybe I'll look at it. So we should get about $4,000 per trailer of straw bales. It's not great, but it's a byproduct of the crop that we were harvesting. Yeah, the good thing about my internet as well, looking down the road, when 8K becomes available, because you know that won't be too far down the road. Actually, it's here in some aspects. But yeah, I'll be able to stream in 8K at some point. Whenever that happens. My PC can handle 8K. My computer screen won't. Ooh, straw prices are pretty good. 4,123. It reminds you of Gas Station Simulator. That's what like a lot of these demos are starting to look like. It's like, well, there'll be a restaurant renovator. There'll be like a lot of renovator simulators out there, and they're just changing the name of what they want to do, and it's pretty much the same base game concept of what you're doing, which is fine. But yeah, Just get to be a repeat of what you've been doing in some ways. Well, the money situation is looking pretty good. On our road to 650,000 for the spinach harvester. Did not line up with that bale good at all. Yeah, so I am thinking on Wednesday, instead of streaming FS25, I think on Wednesday I'm going to stream Planet Coaster 2, and then later on in the day, after I take about a couple hour break, I'll stream ATS, and we'll start doing some of those Christmas deliveries. I think, what was that game I was playing for a little bit? Pawn Shop Simulator? I had fun with that, but then it got to the point of... I had actually so much money, it's like, okay, so now I had too much money too quick, and I was like, okay, now what do I do with it? Now what do I do? Now it's this repeat of people coming in, and you bargain on a price, and then you sell it. There wasn't much of a variety there to me at some point. If you had Wi-Fi, if you had my Wi-Fi, you'd be able to play Fortnite at 0 ping. It's not quite 0. I think, oh, I'm full again. I think when I test my internet, I think the ping is like 3 milliseconds is what it is. And that's been great for streaming for sure, because I always check when I get done streaming, and so far, unless OBS is fooling me, I have yet to drop even a frame, just a frame in streaming. The internet's very reliable so far. I've only had it 2 months, but so far my internet's been very reliable. They all start same too. Your uncle leaves it to you. Clean up the garbage, buy a couple of products, and so on and so on. Yeah, it's as a new game, they're always fun for like the first couple of hours, and that's what you got to figure out. Are you getting your money's worth out of the game? You know, it's fine if the game's like $5-10 and you play it for, this is not where I want to go, and you play it for like 4 or 5 hours. It's like, okay, did you get your entertainment out of it? The fast food simulator game gets crazy, especially multiplayer mode where your team need to have chemistry. See, that adds something a little bit different to it. If you gotta get orders done at a quick time, yeah, see, that adds something different to it, so that can be a lot of fun. And of course, when you're playing with friends, that's always going to add goofiness to the game that maybe you weren't expecting. Farmers Dynasty was disappointing. I guess, I mean, I had a lot of fun playing Farmers Dynasty. Did it have bugs in the game? Yes. But I had, you know, that's where my channel kind of started. I want to say I did like 300 episodes on Farmers Dynasty. Every similar game is like that, in my opinion. When money isn't an issue anymore, the game becomes boring because there's no purpose in what you're doing. The grind of having nothing is what makes it fun. And that's one thing that's great about Farming Simulator, is that once you achieve everything you want on a farm, you can go to a completely different map and do different type of farming of what you want to do. And that's what's kept it interesting for me throughout the years playing Farming Simulator, is playing on new maps or just creating new challenges or going just trying out different things. Like, okay, the one that a lot of people want me to do again, and that we probably will very soon, it may even be on the first map that I play on other than Riverbend, is what I did on Goldcrest Valley, as to where if I want stuff for the farm, I can't buy anything new. Everything I buy for the farm has to come from the used section. So it's not like I want to buy a New Holland T8 tractor for the farm. That's what I'm going to get. It's almost like, well, I need a high horsepower tractor. I just got to wait for one to come up for sale on the sale page. And also we have a restriction on how many things we can have leased at a time, because obviously when you start, you have nothing. But a lot of people want to see me do that challenge again, and I had fun doing it, because you don't know what's going to come up for sale. It's like, I guess we're getting this brand tractor, because that's the one that's there. That's what we've been needing. I wouldn't say talking about Farmers Dynasty is the wrong audience here, because I mean it's a farming game, and it'll definitely be something I'll stream when when Farmers Dynasty 2 comes out. It's not really the wrong audience. I should get a gas tank for the farm. It'd be nice to have it, but it's not really needed yet. I mean, I'm right there when I deliver straw. The gas station's right there. It would be nice for other things, but at some point when we get the farmyard kind of built, we'll probably have some fuel pumps at the farmyard. That's why I like ETS and ATS. There's no end game because SES keeps releasing more content. Well, yes, that's true. The newer maps are always good. But I did lose a lot of interest in ATS when I had like $230 million in my bank account. And I was like, all right, now what? But at the time, that was also when ATS was really getting started, and they weren't putting out that many maps per year. I think they were putting out like one map per year. But now they're putting out like 3 a year. At least on ATS side they are. Oh, I see what you're saying, Roxamelius. No, but I think some people agree with that. Farmers Dynasty. Because I remember when the game came out, we were talking to the devs and what we wanted to see in Farmers Dynasty. And yeah, they did say, well, they'll try to add as much as they could, but they weren't promising anything. But a lot of the things that we were looking for in the game, yeah, it didn't quite come to you. So maybe in Farmers Dynasty 2, it will. We got to play the demo. And the thing I noticed in Farmers Dynasty 2's demo, I didn't really see that much added to the game, other than they took Farmers Dynasty and Lumberjacks Dynasty and kind of threw it together for Farmers Dynasty 2, but I don't know, we'll wait and see when Farmers Dynasty 2 comes out. Like I said, definitely when the day I get access to the game, we'll be streaming it and having a look at it. And yes, mods always help make the game better and interesting as you go along. And that's what's good about ATS and Farming Simulator are the mods. We got choices. Alright, so this field is all set to get ready to be prepped for planting. I wonder how much slurry we got. Do we got a full slurry? I think that's full. 56,000. It sounds like a full slurry tank to me. Yep, they're full. What do you guys got for food? Alright, let's start dealing with the food for the animals. The sheep are good. The chickens are good for another month. And the goats are good, but the cows need some bales. I have no idea where my tele... Oh, the telehandler is up at the greenhouse. The mods have been coming way faster this time around than they did in 22, at least on console anyways. Well, yeah, it all depends on what they change from the engine from one version of the game to the other. So as long as you don't change a whole lot, converting a mod over from one version to the next, depending on what you're doing, is not that difficult. So, and I think Giants did hire more people working on testing and stuff. So, yeah, the mods have rolled out quicker than they normally have in the past, which is good. Yeah, we got plenty of wool, but we'll probably just end up selling that straight up. Or maybe I should just make some more rope, I don't know. Let's see. No, we don't need straw bales, which I did keep some here. Square hay bales. Yes, we'll grab 3 of them, please. Yeah, for console players, in case you don't know, for modding and Farming Simulator, it's not that it just has to pass Giants testing, but for consoles, it's got to pass Microsoft and Sony testing as well. And anything with a script in it, usually Microsoft and Sony say no thanks on those type of mods, so... Consoles are always going to have restrictions on what they can have or what they're allowed to have. You guys going to take... I keep saying guys, they're all technically girls here. You gals going to take more than 3 bales? No, they're not. So we'll grab the goat's milk that's out here. We'll stick that into the dairy production. And then we'll grab the eggs, and we'll bring the eggs up to our large kinning facility, so we can keep on making noodle soup up there. Actually, do I need some in my small preserved? Because I got a lot of flour there. Flour. Do I have eggs there? Yeah, I got eggs there, so... Gotta be gentle. These are eggs now. All of our goats. Starting to get more and more goats, and slowly we'll get more and more mature goats, which means more goat milk. Microsoft's a lot easier than Sony on the mods. I'm not in the console world, so I really don't have no say in it, but I know for other games, Sony has been kind of rocking the boat on some things. Watch Indiana Jones gameplay. It was nice. Basically a movie. I'm kind of waiting for the third part of... Hang on a second. There we go. A Plague Tale Innocence, that third part to come out. Don't know if they have announced anything yet. Probably what I'll do if they do announce the third part of that series, I will probably live stream the first part and the second part again. Wonder how the production's going up here with the bag spinach. Well, we got a lot of noodle soup up here, and we got a lot of bagged spinach. I think we got a lot for storing, do we not? Spinach bags, yeah, we got some in storage. And noodle soup, not yet. Oh, I should have brought up the cabbage for the kimchi. That's not a big deal, because that's gonna... I bring up one pallet, that's gonna make that... It's gonna make that kimchi really, really quick. But if we look at our stock market page, $7.88. So I could make some good money off that spinach at $7.88. When I did that calculation at the beginning of the stream, I was calculating at selling spinach at $7.75 to where we would lose a little bit of money. So if I can sell it above $7.75 and keep doing that, then we're going to get closer to breaking more even than anything, which is what we need to do. Let's see, how are we doing on like cheese? All right, 27,000 buffalo mozzarella. All right, I should be looking at our dairy production because wait, am I in the large dairy? Yes, I am. So I got a lot of milk and a lot of buffalo milk, and I haven't brought none over either. I need to start making something else with it. And maybe I should just start making some butter with it. So butter, buffalo milk. I think we will actually activate that. And also just regular butter from milk will activate that as well. And we'll start making some butter. Because I think our cow barn, yeah, we got a decent amount of milk in there as well. Productivity is still kind of low because our health of our cows was kind of low because I did not feed them for a little bit. So that productivity is going to take a moment. That should be getting up near 100%. I'm surprised it's at 56%, honestly. That seems kind of low. Oh well. Not really sure what's going on there. That should be almost up to 100%. I hope it's not going down because the slurry is full. So there's no room for the slurry to go, so I hope that's not hindering the productivity of our cows. So maybe I should start spreading some slurry down. Just to empty that out. I got plenty of fields that could use some slurry anyways. Actually, I really should, next time I bring eggs up and stuff, I should put it on the international pickup truck to use that a little bit more. They're not starving, but their rations are not well distributed. Didn't affect them before. We've been feeding them nothing but hay, and most of the time their productivity is at 100%. I can't remember. I think is when we woke up in June, they had no food and their health was at 0. I think it'll balance itself out. That we just need to give it some more time to get back up there, because their health was almost at 0 in the beginning of June, because I forgot to feed them. So that's never good. But their productivity has usually been at 100% with just hay, like it was in 22. I need to move this stuff out of the way until I figure out what I want to do with it. And that's not working out too well for pushing. That's a little bit better. Almost should buy a plow just to move this stuff out of the way. And yes, I could be putting these in the barn right behind me. Because that is a storage for pallets. Let me just, I don't want to do this now, but it's so tempting to do it. If I were to, I forgot how much this was, this spinnery. It's 180? 180,000 for that. So if I go to here, spinnery, 3 to 1. All right, so it's 3 to 1. That's easy enough to do some calculations on. So wool goes for like 1,100. So we'll just say like 1,200. So fabric should go for at least 3,600 or more. And it better go for more, because that's the only way you're going to make money on it. 52.95. So that is actually a pretty good. Yeah, that's worth doing. Making rope is not worth doing at all, which kind of sucks because we own the rope factory, but I bought the rope factory so we could feed the playground some rope and continue building that up. And I thought I was going to get into wagons, but I don't think I want to get into wagons after seeing Mr. Silly P's video on it and what that was doing. All right, so wood beams. I need 3 more wood beams up here eventually. And we just sold a toy not long ago, so this is going to take a moment. Probably another month before we sell another toy, but this toy production is a way to go if you're new to Riverbend Springs. This is a very good production building to get, and definitely worth investing in kind of early. Unless you're making clothes. Well, yeah, is there a clothing factory on the map? Bakery, carpentry, paper, tailor shop. Where the heck is this place? Where the heck am I? Oh, we're just right across from Grandpa Walter's. 240,000. Four fabric into 2 clothing. Well, maybe by then, the mod I would love to have is the mod that I used a lot in 22, where it's basically one factory where it makes the fabric and then it takes the fabric and makes the clothing all in one building. I mean, I would like to use the ones that are on here, but I don't know. We will see how it goes, but got to be kind of focused on... We'll check the sale page. Oh, they did add an item here, but not what we're looking for. The spinach harvester. That is really what we're looking for to have in here. Just going to come across here, and we'll have a visit with Grandpa Walter, I think, see if he's out here. Wait, where am I? Oh, his farm's down here. It spawned boxes close like the flour. Didn't always used to be like in a box. I'm going the wrong direction. That's my cement factory. Need to be over here. All right, it'd be easier if I just teleport to him at this point.
How's it going, kiddo?
Do I want to chat? Can I help you with something?
There are a few things that need to be done around town.
I can help with plowing.
Plowing really is something, isn't it? I'd love to do it myself. Do you own the required machines, or do you want to borrow them for a small fee? How do you want to do it?
I got everything I need. Oh, crap. So it just gives me the contract? It doesn't even show? Oh, man. Kind of forgot that. Where? Does it show up in the contract list now? Oh, but it does pay $12,246. Okay. I'm not... You know what? That's not bad. Let's grab the Deutz. Now, technically, the Deutz doesn't have the horsepower for this plow, but if the AgroStar can do it, then I'm not worried about the Deutz over here doing it. Kind of forgot looking at plowing contracts. We'll get to harvesting the other fields tomorrow. If this plow was any bigger, I might have to worry about the electrical lines on the telephone poles. It is a big field. So the plow, technically, I think it says requires 350 horsepower. I think this Deutz has 285 or something like that. I should be using the Valtra, but I haven't used the this Deutz at all today. I have the best plow, surprised others have not downloaded it. I'm sure this mod has been downloaded a lot since it came out last week. And it works the same way as it did in 22. If you put it on backwards, you don't have to worry about horsepower requirement at all. I think the top working speed's actually 11 or 12 miles an hour. And this is a 12 meter wide plow, which now is a new option compared to 22, where the max working width was 9. But also another good plow that probably will come out at some point would be the John Deere quote-unquote cultivator that got converted over to a plow. I think that was an 18 meter wide working width. I think for the 12 meter wide one, it was like 27,000, so very cheap. And you can see it does kick up stones. Realistic plow? Of course not. Quality of gaming and Farming Simulator 25? Definitely. But this is on the Mod Hub. It's available on all platforms. So console, PC, Mac, doesn't matter. You can have it. It should be under the plow category. It's by Black Sheep Modding. We gotta remember, because this is the only second time I've taken a contract from one of the NPCs. I kind of forgot. I thought it was going to say, like, do you want to do this contract, yes or no? And I was like, yeah, I got the equipment. And it's like, okay, here you go. It's like, oh, all right. I don't know if the contract was available before I talked to Grandpa Walter or not. So, like, if I went to the contract page before I talked to him, I wonder if it was there, or is it something that Grandpa Walter can just magically all of a sudden just say, here's a contract, go do it. Giants just pretty much make sure it doesn't, for one, that, you know, there's no vicious stuff in the file. Also, they also are going to test it to make sure that it doesn't break any of their licensing agreement with the companies that they have a license with. They're also going to make sure that it functions properly. I will laugh at that one because sometimes, as we know, mods come out and they don't function properly. But yeah, I don't think Giants really care about the price at all. I mean, there's a lot of mods out there that will. I mean, they got the government subsidy mod out there where you pay $0 for a sign, and it can earn you $1 million in a month. So, if they don't have a problem with that, then they're not going to have a problem with a $30,000 plow, or even if it was like $5,000, they're not going to care too much. So, I mean, this contract alone here is pretty much paying for half of the plow. Because, like I said, I think it was $27,000 when we purchased it. But if you're ever wondering, as I said, for like licensing agreements that they have, if you ever see something and it's called like a lizard, and it's like, well, that looks like this brand. Well, they don't have the license agreement to post that on their game, so that's why it's classified as a lizard, which is nothing more than the Giants brand, if you will. And I don't really care if I'm missing a little bits on these corners here, because as we know, we only got to get like 95% of the field done when the contract will be complete. Because when it comes down to mods, yeah, on pricing, the Giants is not going to care, because really, it's your choice if you want to use the mod or not. So, and if you want to be more realistic, if you don't like the pricing of something, you could go in the file yourself and change it, if you know how to. You don't like how they hold your hand on consoles with bail limits and pallet limits, not letting us play 4K maps. If I want to drive around my map on 2 FPS, and that's my choice. You bought the game? Yeah, you may say that, but you know how many people would complain to Giant saying your game is crap because it runs terrible? This is 2024, almost 2025. We know people love to complain. People will find something to complain about, even though there's nothing there to complain about, just so they can be complaining. You sit there and say, I don't mind playing at 2 FPS, where most console players right now are complaining that they can only play at 30 FPS. I mean, you're going to be the rarity. I don't know. Could you really play at 2 FPS? I know you're probably going to the extreme on that there, but... I think if you were playing at 2 FPS, it'd be really difficult just to play the game in itself. Your tractor will be in the river because you're not where you thought you were. I think 20 FPS might be as low as you would want to go. Could you imagine plowing this field with a base game plow? I don't know which one Grandpa Walter would have given us for doing the job. I would assume it would be the biggest one in game, since it's one of the biggest fields. But I think the biggest one in game we saw was, what, 8 meters? So this is a lot bigger than that. The only issue I had in Farming Simulator, I want to say recently, that I can remember, was about a year ago when we were on Hinterland, and I had that shed that could hold like 800 pallets inside of it when I was doing the potato washing and making all that stuff. When I got around there, my PC dropped to about 20 FPS. And that was crazy. Well, I've upgraded my PC since then. I'm thinking it could handle 700 pallets. Although we did see on the Sawmill, before like patch 1.3, I had those 80 pallets of wood chips sitting there, and it dropped my FPS down to about 20. But after the patch, I haven't seen a problem with that many pallets and being around them, so they definitely did optimize the game since release, which is great. And who knows, maybe they'll optimize it enough to where people on consoles can play at 60. But see, Adam, you're the exception where you would say, all right, let me try a map that I realize that maybe my console can't handle, but I'll give it a go. But I think the majority of players are going to say, why did you give me a map that I can't play on? You should optimize it so I can play on it. You're kind of like, you're just like me, Adam. I'll try something and be like, all right, it doesn't work for me, so I can't use it. I'm not going to go there and complain because there's going to be a lot of people that can use it. But the majority are going to complain. And that does make me wonder, because we were talking about it, I don't know if it was last stream or the stream before, I don't know why we were talking about like Farming Simulator 28, the next version. And it's like, well, if they do add a lot more to the game, I'm wondering if the PS5 or the Series X or whatever, are they going to be able to handle the next version of Farming Simulator? Because you already got reduced to 30 FPS for this one. So if they add a lot more to the Farming Simulator, PS5 and the X Series may not be able to handle it. Giants won't do that, though, because that'll take away a lot of their sales. They'll make sure that Microsoft and Sony have something out there that can run the game. Now, from a PC standpoint that I come from, I would look like, well, we could have all these things, but we got to restrict ourselves a little bit because of console players. I don't think Giants will use Unreal Engine. I think Giants will use their own engine, as they always have been. But who knows? Maybe if they get to a point to where they realize it's financially better for them to use Unreal Engine, and it makes the game run a lot better on current consoles and all that. Maybe. Oh, we're plowing through this contract. We're almost done. Be a nice 12 grand. Not if it was a mod. Well, if you're getting the mod from the Giants mod hub, that's where Giants does put themselves on the line a little bit, because you're getting it from their mod hub. If you're getting from a third-party website, then that, you know, frees them up. They still need to optimize the engine. I still have a tough time in some areas, mostly during fall and winter, where my FPS drops below... Oh, done with a contract. We drop below 60 with a 4070 Ti, no issues with other games. I really haven't seen... For the most part, my FPS is always at 60, and I got a 4080. I don't have to go back and talk to Grandpa Walter, I hope, but we'll just go ahead and collect on this. A plowing job for 686 bucks. No thanks. I think we're good there. I did hear, someone told me that apparently the hoeing contracts are pretty good. I guess if it's on a large field. All right, Farmable. We'll be here tomorrow with more Riverbend Springs. We got some harvesting to get to. And slowly, well, we're almost up to 180,000, so yeah, we're slowly creeping up to the, if that spinach harvester comes up for sale, who knows? But Farm Edible, thanks for stopping here like always, and hope you enjoy the rest of your Monday. Grandpa's Farm is a Dragon FPS. Now, granted, I'm not farming over there, but now you got me kind of curious. But I mean, I'm pretty sure if you started over there, you got all your stuff over there. So if I were to visit them. Good night, John. Thanks for being here as well. Appreciate you. Josh, the only thing I would also you may want to look at is, I'm sure you must have enough RAM, and your CPU must be pretty good as well. No, it's actually a good conversation to have, Adam, but the one thing you got to take into consideration, though, is like if Giants had something like that on the mod hub, they're taking the responsibility of putting it out there, so people will come back to them and saying, your mod created problems with my console, so it's your responsibility. But yeah, most people don't like taking responsibility for what they do on themselves. Well, I think that's why Branding Iron Giants is very careful what mods they put on the mod hub. And that's why they're very careful with it. And really, I don't want to go back to where we get mods off third-party websites for many reasons that we talked about before. Yeah, my FPS seems to be pretty good around Walter's Farm, but then again, I'm not building here like you probably are, Josh. But yeah, it sounds like your PC is perfectly fine. But if you're dropping a lot of frame rates, I'm not really sure exactly. You don't have like a storage shed with a lot of pallets and bales in it, do you? Anyways, we'll head back. Because someone was just asking, where did you get the storage shed for bale? That's on the mod hub. Nope, we'll just want to visit. This bale shed is on the mod hub. And I do believe it's available for all platforms. And it will hold 550 bales and or pallets. So our sheep are doing good. So yeah, so my plan for this week, in case you haven't been following along throughout the day, yeah, tomorrow we'll be back right here on Riverbend Springs. Wednesday, I will stream Planet Coaster 2, because a lot of people want to see Planet Coaster 2. And then Wednesday evening, so it'll probably be like a 2 to 2.5 hour stream for Planet Coaster 2 on Wednesday. And then later on Wednesday, I'll dive into some ATS live streaming to start delivering some of those Christmas gifts to get that knocked out. So that is basically, I think that's where we are for the next couple of days. But we got a lot done today, and we learned about the spinach field. Yep, we got I think next harvest, if we can do it, I would like to do it with our own spinach harvester. Which, by the way, spinach, I don't see where it would eventually go to where it would wither. So I think when it's ready for harvest in September, I can leave it almost throughout the year and it'll be fine. So we'll have to see if I can afford the spinach harvester. I mean, I think by the time we get to the wood chips in December, we should be able to afford it. If we can, we should be able to afford it by the time we sell wood chips. But anyways, yep, we'll get back to right where we're left off here. I don't need to do anything between streams, which is kind of nice. But we got the oat field to harvest, and we got 2 wheat fields to harvest down by the rice field, and get all that grain over to the grain mill, make some flour, transport some good stuff. And also keep our eye on some contracts. I haven't got all the contracts. Anything I want to do between... I mean, we got bale wrapping. Is there any mowing contracts? Some harvesting contracts. Peas. Nope, we're not doing peas. Nope, nope, nope. And I may take on the hoeing contract and I'll borrow the items. Because I'll still get paid like $9,000 for doing that. That can go on in the background. Actually, you know what? Borrow items. Let's do it now. I'm not going to do the job now, but let's activate it now. Because that'll be $9,000 I can earn just going on in the background, right? And we'll see if more jobs come up after that. But anyways, yep. 4-hour stream, so I think it's time I skedaddle and go have... I'll go find Sam and we'll go have a snack up at the steps of the log cabin and get ready for more work here tomorrow. But anyways, thanks again, once again, for everyone being here. Really appreciate it. If you haven't done so, that thumbs up button at the bottom of the screen helps me out more than you know. Thumbs down button is there as well. If you want to hit that, go ahead, whatever. I would say leave a comment, but like always, no one ever does as to why they hit the down button. Subscribe and notification bell is down there. If you're new here, you might want to tap on those so you don't miss out on more content like this. But yep, that's going to do it for today. And hopefully I will see you all tomorrow. Same starting time like always. And we'll get some more farming done. But until then, have a good one.